Welcome to our exploration of the grim darkness of the far future. It is a pleasure to have you with us as we embark on this ambitious new series, where we will peel back the layers of the most colossal war machine to ever span the stars. We are standing on the precipice of a deep dive into the factions that define the 41st millennium, and I am honored to be your guide through this era of perpetual conflict. Before we witness the might of the Emperor's Chosen, please take a moment to subscribe to the channel and hit the notification bell. This is only the first chapter of an epic saga, and you won't want to miss a single deployment. Now, secure your gear and steady your resolve. The bells of war are tolling. The military power of the Imperium of Man is a phenomenon that transcends simple calculation or the bounds of conventional human imagination. We are not merely describing a collection of standing armies. We are observing a galaxy-spanning civilization that has been hammered over 10 millennia into a single, jagged weapon of survival. Within the vast borders of the Emperor's domain, the concept of peace is a forgotten relic of a pre-imperial age. Instead, every world, from the most opulent hive spire to the most desolate mining outpost, reverberates with the rhythmic, bone-shaking thunder of marching feet and the relentless, grinding clangor of an industry that knows no rest. In the darkness of the void, battle fleets of staggering proportions ply the silent reaches of space, their armored prows designed like cathedral fortresses to pierce the shadows and bring the light of human intolerance to every corner of the stars. This is a realm defined by its sheer, staggering scale. It is a landscape where gargantuan war engines, some the size of mountains, walk across the earth, and where zealous thrones of fanatical killers are loosed alongside shadowy, precision-trained assassins. It is a universe of ground-shaking artillery barrages that can level continents and agents of imperial supremacy who have sworn, with every breath, to lay down their lives in the name of the master of mankind. For 10,000 long, bloody years, humanity has been forced to fight tooth and nail just to hold its place in a galaxy that is fundamentally hostile to its existence. But as we enter the 41st millennium, the struggle has shifted. The battle is no longer just for dominance, it is more desperate and more existential than it has ever been before. The Imperium has met this escalating time of trial with a characteristic, uncompromising belligerence. There is no longer room for the hesitant or the pacifistic. Every single world within the Emperor's realm has been forcibly pushed onto a footing of total war. This is not a partial mobilization, it is a systemic conversion where every planet is expected to contribute every fiber of its being to the collective fight for species survival. On agri-worlds, food production is pushed to exhaustive, unsustainable limits to feed the trillions of soldiers on the front lines. On forge worlds and industrial hubs, munitions production is a tireless, 24-hour cycle of fire and steel. Even the most remote outposts are subject to the rapacious extraction of every last drop of natural resources, all sacrificed on the altar of the war machine. Nor do these vital worlds stand defenseless while they fuel the flames of war. Across the galaxy, glowering, immense fortifications rise up over every conceivable landscape, from windswept deserts and steaming jungles to the overpopulated, labyrinthine cityscapes of the Hive worlds. The space surrounding these planets is no less lethal. Menacing networks of void mines and bristling defense platforms orbit every Imperial world like thorns on a rose, ready to shred any intruder who dares approach. Armies that are fiercely loyal to the Imperial faith stand firm on every front, their courage bolstered by the certainty of their divine mandate. Humanity's foes, alien, heretic, and demonic, may be closing in from all sides, tightening the noose around the heart of the Imperium, but they will soon discover that the servants of the Golden Throne are anything but easy prey. Standing as the absolute apex of this martial hierarchy are the iconic warriors known as the Adeptus Astartes, the legendary Space Marines. These are not mere men, they are genetically engineered, post-human super soldiers, fashioned from the ground up to be the ultimate instruments of destruction. Fearless, ferociously strong, and possessed of a combat skill that borders on the supernatural, they represent the Imperium's most lethal answer to the horrors of the galaxy. Clad in the most advanced power armor and wielding the finest war gear the Imperium can provide, a Space Marine is a living weapon of remarkable potency. The way of the Astartes is defined by speed, precision, and overwhelming force. They do not seek to win through slow attrition. Instead, they strike suddenly and with such violence that they can eliminate enemy leaders and shatter the foe's morale in a single, surgical blow. They knock out key military targets and then redeploy with such efficiency that the battle is often over before the opponent has even grasped the fact that they were under attack. Each individual Space Marine is a hero of legend, infused with the gene seed of a pre-march and psycho-indoctrinated to a level of loyalty and fearlessness that no unaugmented human could ever hope to achieve. They are the angels of death, and their arrival is the final warning for any who would set themselves against the will of the Emperor. To truly grasp the magnitude of the Imperium's military might, one must understand its most iconic and feared instrument, the Adeptus Astartes, known throughout the galaxy as the Space Marines. They are the ultimate solution to the myriad horrors that threaten human existence, not merely soldiers, but genetically engineered, post-human super soldiers designed to be the apex predators of the 41st millennium. Fearless, ferociously strong, and possessed of a combat skill that transcends mortal limits, they are the living embodiment of the Emperor's wrath. The creation of a Space Marine is not a simple matter of training, it is a total, brutal biological overhaul. Every Astartes is a living weapon of remarkable potency, infused with the gene seed of their pre-march, the semi-divine sons of the Emperor. This sacred genetic material is the foundation of their being, granting them strength and resilience that far exceed any natural human capacity. Through a harrowing process of surgical implantation, their bodies are augmented with specialized organs that grant them secondary hearts, multi-lung systems for toxic environments, and the ability to heal wounds that would kill a normal man instantly. However, physical power is only half of the equation. To ensure they remain unbreakable in the face of the warp's madness, every initiate undergoes rigorous psycho-indoctrination. This mental conditioning burns away fear and doubt, replacing them with absolute, fanatical loyalty and a cold, professional fearlessness. By the time a battle brother is ready to take the field, he has been trained in every facet of the sacred Codex Astartes, the tactical and spiritual guide that governs their way of life. They emerge as lethal tools of martial supremacy, more removed from the common soldier than that soldier is from a civilian. To carry out their divine mission, the Adeptus Astartes are equipped with the most devastating war gear the Imperium can furnish. Their signature armament is the Bolter, a weapon that fires self-propelled micromissiles. These rounds are designed to detect when they have punched deep into a target's flesh before detonating with horrific force, literally exploding the enemy from within. To protect them, they wear power armor, a marvel of servo-assisted, bonded ceramite that offers personal protection comparable to a light battle tank. Advanced marks, such as the Mark X Tacticus or the ancient, indomitable Terminator plate, allow them to adopt specialized roles and weather firepower that would vaporize any other infantry. The Space Marine way of war is defined by three pillars: speed, precision, and overwhelming force. They are not an army of attrition. They are a strike force meant to gut the enemy's command structure, knock out orbital defenses, and shatter opposing battle lines with surgical armor thrusts. A single strike force of Astartes can change the tide of an entire war zone, launching terror raids that break a foe's morale before they even realize they are under attack. Their missions frequently take them where no other fighting force would dare to tread. They are the masters of boarding operations within the lightless, Xenos-infested corridors of space hulks and can fight for months in the hard vacuum of space or on worlds so radiated and tainted that unaugmented humans would perish in seconds. They face abominations that would shatter the sanity of lesser warriors, holding out for weeks without resupply against overwhelming odds. These are the angels of death, and their presence on the battlefield is the final verdict for the enemies of mankind. In the shattered wake of the Horus Heresy, a civil war so cataclysmic it nearly tore the galaxy asunder, the Imperium found itself in desperate need of a new way to organize its greatest warriors. The vast, galaxy-conquering space marine legions of the Great Crusade were deemed too powerful to remain under the command of any single individual. To prevent such a massive betrayal from ever happening again, the remaining loyalist legions were broken down into smaller, more manageable brotherhoods known as chapters. This monumental restructuring was dictated by the Codex Astartes, a sacred and voluminous work of military genius penned by the Primarch of the Ultramarines, Robert Guilliman. The Codex Astartes is far more than a simple book of rules. It is the spiritual and tactical foundation of the Adeptus Astartes. It provides the strict mandates concerning organization, size, and markings that most chapters follow to this day. According to its edicts, a standard chapter is typically composed of approximately 1,000 battle brothers, organized into 10 distinct companies. This ensures that while each chapter is a formidable military force in its own right, no single commander possesses the sheer numbers to threaten the stability of the entire Imperium. The Codex also serves as the ultimate tactical manual, containing thousands of pages of strategic wisdom on everything from logistics to the nuances of planetary siege. For many chapters, like the Ultramarines, the Codex is viewed as a holy text, and they strive to embody its battle cries of courage and honor in every engagement. At the heart of every chapter's identity lies its genetic lineage. Every Space Marine traces his ancestry back to one of the first founding chapters, which were themselves formed from the core of the 9 original Loyalist legions. These first founding chapters, such as the Imperial Fists, Blood Angels, and Raven Guard, maintain the most direct connection to the Primarchs, the legendary demigods who served as the Emperor's generals. The Battle Brothers of these ancient institutions often physically resemble their gene sires and inherit their specific personality traits, cultural quirks, and strategic specializations. For example, the Salamanders are renowned as master warrior artisans who wield hammer and flame, reflecting the nature of their father, Vulcan, while the White Scars are peerless huntsmen of the windswept plains, echoing the lightning-fast tactics of Jagatai Khan. Over the 10,000 years since the heresy, thousands of successor chapters have been created during various foundings. These brotherhoods are granted the gene seed of a first founding chapter, yet they often develop their own unique warrior cultures and homeworld traditions. Some, like the Angels of Vengeance or the Guardians of the Covenant, remain fiercely loyal to the heritage of their parent chapter, the Dark Angels, following their distinctive organizational structures and participating in their secret, centuries-long hunt for atonement. Others may diverge significantly from the Codex's teachings, adopting specialized ways of war that suit their specific recruitment worlds or the unique foes they face. Despite their differences, all Loyalist chapters are united by their shared purpose as the champions of humanity. They are imperial institutions with honor rolls stretching back 10 millennia, records of service that are etched in the blood of countless Xenos and heretics. While some chapters are bedeviled by dark secrets, hidden curses, or unstable gene seed, each successive generation of Battle Brothers fights on with unbound determination. Whether it is an ancient order from the dawn of the Imperium or a newly forged Primaris chapter from the Ultima founding, all stand as the ultimate arbiters of the Emperor's will, ensuring that his reign continues across the stars. However, not all who carry the gene seed of the Primarchs are bound by the Codex. There are rare, highly specialized organizations that operate outside the traditional chapter structure to face the most extreme threats. The Death Watch, the elite alien hunters of the Imperium, comprises the best of the best tied from nearly every chapter to conduct a tireless vigil against the Xenos tide. The Grey Knights, a secretive chapter forged in the fires of the Second Founding, answer only to their own hidden councils and the Inquisition, utilizing forbidden lore and psychic might to banish the demonic horrors of the warp. These specialized forces represent the ultimate sanction, deployed only when the survival of the Imperium hangs in the balance. The supremacy of the Adeptus Astartes is not merely a product of their biological evolution, it is equally founded upon the most sophisticated and devastating war gear the Imperium's industrial heart can produce. Every piece of equipment issued to a battle brother is treated as a holy relic, a masterpiece of lethal craftsmanship intended to amplify his post-human abilities to a level that ensures total dominion over the battlefield. From the iconic roar of the bolt gun to the impenetrable shell of power armor, the gear of a space marine is designed for one purpose: the absolute and spectacular destruction of the Emperor's enemies. Perhaps the most ubiquitous and storied weapon in the Astartes arsenal is the bolter. This is no mere firearm, it is a specialized launcher for self-propelled micro-missiles known as bolts. These projectiles are masterpieces of bellicose engineering, containing sophisticated machine spirits that allow them to calculate the exact microsecond they have punched deep into a target's vital systems before detonating with a thunderous internal explosion. Whether it is a standard-issue bolt rifle, a compact bolt pistol, or the devastating suppressive fire of a heavy bolter, these weapons turn the air into a storm of mass reactive fury. For more esoteric threats, the Space Marines also wield specialized armaments, from the tooth-grinding roar of chainswords to the blinding, sun-hot intensity of plasma incinerators, each chosen to gut the heart of a specific foe in the Emperor's name. However, a warrior is only as effective as his ability to remain in the fight. To this end, every Space Marine is clad in power armor, a suit of servo-assisted, bonded ceramite that is as much a part of the warrior as his own skin. Powered by a heavy-duty backpack unit, this armor provides the battle brother with strength-enhancing servos and a suite of advanced auto-senses that allow him to track targets through smoke, darkness, and digital interference. The protection afforded by a suit of power armor is comparable to that of a light battle tank, yet it permits the wearer to move with the grace and agility of an unencumbered athlete. In the current era, the Mark X Tacticus armor provides unparalleled modularity, allowing a Marine to adapt his protection to his specific battlefield role with ease. For the most grueling and high-danger assignments, such as purging the claustrophobic corridors of a Xenos-infested space hulk, the chapter calls upon the ancient and venerated Terminator plate. These massive suits of armor are nearly indestructible, capable of weathering the impact of heavy anti-tank weaponry while allowing the wearer to wield the most cumbersome and powerful weapons in the Imperial armory. Because of their rarity and the incredible protection they offer, Terminator suits are reserved for the chapter's most seasoned veterans, making them an immovable wall of steel on the front lines. Beyond personal arms and armor, a Space Marine chapter maintains a vast and ancient armory of combat vehicles, each crewed to the highest standards. When the roar of the engines begins, the sky is darkened by aerial interceptors and transport gunships, while the ground trembles beneath the weight of battle tanks, armored transports, and mobile artillery. Most terrifying of all are the combat walkers, such as the dreadnoughts, ancient sarcophagi where a fallen hero is interred to continue his service for centuries beyond his natural death. The deployment of these assets is as precise as it is violent. Space Marine battle fleets are heavily armored spacecraft capable of shattering orbital blockades and delivering their cargo of warriors directly into the heart of the enemy through drop pods and teleportation arrays. By utilizing these rapid deployment methods, the Astartes can bypass traditional defenses entirely, appearing in the midst of the foe to launch a killing strike before the enemy command even realizes they are under attack. It is this combination of legendary heroism and peak performance technology that allows the Adeptus Astartes to achieve victories that no other fighting force would even dare to attempt. The strategic doctrine governing the Adeptus Astartes is a masterclass in aggressive, high-stakes warfare that serves as the ultimate answer to the Imperium's most pressing threats. At the absolute center of the Space Marine way of war are three unwavering pillars: speed, precision, and the application of overwhelming force. While they are comparatively few in number when weighed against the trillions of soldiers in the Astra Militarum, the Space Marines are specifically designed for the types of high-stakes, high-danger missions that can pivot the outcome of an entire war zone. A strike force of the Adeptus Astartes possesses the surgical capability to gut the enemy's command structure in a single, violent stroke. They often operate as the tip of the spear, moving ahead of a major offensive to knock out critical orbital defenses that would otherwise devastate an approaching fleet. Alternatively, they can launch a localized armored thrust with such intensity that it shatters an opposing battle line, or they can engage in a series of calculated terror raids specifically intended to break the enemy's morale and leave them in a state of psychological collapse. The flexibility of the Astartes allows them to integrate into a variety of battlefield roles. Sometimes, the Space Marines go to war as part of a much larger Imperial deployment, spearheading the initial attack of a massive crusading battle group. Once the primary objective is achieved and the back of the enemy resistance is broken, they often depart immediately for their next high-priority war zone, leaving the lesser soldiery of the Astra Militarum to handle the protracted task of cleaning up and occupying the territory. This highlights their role as the Imperium's premier shock troops, warriors who undertake missions that no other fighting force would dare to attempt. One of the most grueling duties reserved for the Space Marines is the purging of space hulks, massive, drifting conglomerates of derelict ships that are frequently infested with lethal Xenos threats. These warriors are uniquely equipped to press deep into these lifeless, labyrinthine corridors. Their physical augmentations and advanced environmental seals allow them to conduct operations in the airless death of hard vacuum, a feat that would be impossible for unaugmented humans. Furthermore, they are often deployed to worlds that are far too polluted, heavily radiated, or spiritually tainted for ordinary humans to survive for even a moment. The psychological resilience of an Astartes is as formidable as his physical armor. They are conditioned to face abominations that would shatter the sanity and resolve of lesser warriors. This mental fortitude allows them to operate for months behind enemy lines without detection, executing sabotage and assassination missions with cold efficiency. Perhaps most impressively, they are capable of holding out for weeks at a time against overwhelming forces without any form of resupply or external support. Every mission of this nature lies within the standard remit of the Space Marines, proving time and again why they are the Imperium's most valued assets in the war for survival. Deep within the collective memory of the Imperium lies a brotherhood whose nobility is rivaled only by the gravity of their hidden shame, the Dark Angels. As the first legion of the original 20, they once stood as the paragon of the Emperor's martial ideal. Yet, in the 41st millennium, they walk a path defined by a somber, monastic, and intensely secretive nature. This isolationism is not born of a lack of zeal, but from a catastrophic betrayal that occurred 10 millennia ago, a wound that remains as fresh and agonizing to the chapter today as the moment it was first inflicted. Their story is a tragedy of dualities. They are among the Emperor's most steadfast defenders, yet they harbor a stain so profound that they believe its discovery would lead to their absolute condemnation by a paranoid imperial government. The genesis of this tragedy centers on the forest world of Caliban and the complex bond between their pre-March, Lionel Johnson, and his mentor, Luther. Found as a feral youth in the lightless woods of his home world, the Lion was brought into human civilization by Luther, a knight of the local orders. Together, they forged a deep bond of brotherhood while purging Caliban of the great beasts that plagued its people. However, when the Great Crusade called the Lion to lead his legion among the stars, Luther was left behind as the planet's guardian, a perceived slight that festered into a bitter, prideful resentment. During the Lion's long absence, Luther was seduced by the dark gods and fostered a rebellion among the Dark Angels stationed on Caliban. When the Pre-March finally returned in the wake of the Horus heresy, his own sons turned their guns upon his fleet. In the ensuing apocalyptic duel between father and son, the planet of Caliban was literally shattered by the intensity of orbital bombardments and a localized warp storm. The Lion fell, mortally wounded, and was taken into the heart of the asteroid fortress by the mysterious Watchers in the Dark, while Luther was found amidst the ruins, his sanity completely shattered. The rebellious Dark Angels who survived the planet's destruction, now known as the Fallen, were scattered through time and space by the warp storm. For the survivors who remained loyal, the mission changed forever. They could not allow the Imperium to know that half their number had turned traitor, for fear of being branded excommunicate traitores during the era of intense paranoia following the heresy. Thus, the inner circle was formed, a a secret conclave of senior officers sworn to a silent, eternal hunt for the fallen. To ensure their secret remains buried, they have spent 10,000 years engaged in a hunt for atonement and absolution. This hunt has fundamentally reshaped the chapter's organization. While the 3rd through 10th companies operate according to standard Codex Astartes lines, the first 2 companies are specialized tools for the pursuit of the fallen. The Raven Wing, the chapter's 2nd company, are black-clad huntsmen who utilize high-speed bikes and land speeders to track their quarry across the stars. Once a target is located, the bone-white warriors of the Death Wing, the chapter's elite 1st company, outfitted entirely in Terminator plate, teleport into the fray to secure the prisoner. The base of these operations is the Rock, a massive, engine-equipped fragment of Caliban that serves as a mobile fortress monastery. It is a place of lightless dungeons and labyrinthian tunnels where captured fallen are subjected to the mercy of interrogator chaplains like the infamous Asmodai. These chaplains use every means of excruciation to extract a confession of repentance before granting the prisoner a final death. Deep within the Rock also dwells the Master of the Rock, a tech priest permanently spliced into the vessel's machine banks to direct its ancient engines and shield generators. Leading this grim brotherhood is the Supreme Grandmaster, Azrael, who has proven his mastery of both strategic multi-system campaigns and the brutal craft of squad-based tactics. Supporting him is Ezekiel, the Grandmaster of the Librarius and Keeper of the Keys, who possesses the psychic ability to read a warrior's soul and ensure their worthiness for elevation to the inner circle. Together with their successor chapters, collectively known as the Unforgiven, they maintain a clandestine alliance, sharing intelligence and traditions to ensure the stain on their honor is eventually scrubbed clean. They are the Sons of the Lion, warriors who seek the return of their Gene Father in the day of final absolution, all while serving as the Imperium's most relentless and secretive protectors. In the vast tapestry of the Adeptus Astartes, few chapters command as much reverence and quiet apprehension como los Blood Angels. They are the scions of the great angel, Sanguinius, the most beloved of the Emperor's sons, whose radiant wings and unparalleled grace made him the very symbol of imperial hope during the Great Crusade. To look upon a blood angel is to see a paragon of human perfection. They are warrior poets and artisans who spend their centuries of life perfecting the arts of war, sculpture, and philosophy. Yet, this veneer of angelic beauty is a thin mask stretched over a terrifying genetic legacy. Within every son of Sanguinius lurks a savage, predatory hunger and a psychic trauma so profound that it threatens to unmake their very souls. The history of the Blood Angels is inseparable from the tragedy of the Horus Heresy. During the final siege of the Emperor's palace, Sanguinius stood as the ultimate bulwark against the darkness, eventually facing his brother, the arch-traitor Horus, aboard the vengeful spirit. Sanguinius knew he would die, yet he fought on, his sacrifice creating a chink in Horus's psychic armor that allowed the Emperor to eventually strike the killing blow. However, the moment of the Primarch's death was so violent and psychically resonant that it left a permanent scar upon the gene seed of his legion. This echo of Sanguinius's final agony is the source of the Black Rage, a terminal condition where a battle brother loses his sanity and believes he is the Primarch himself, reliving those final, desperate hours of the siege. Before a Blood Angel succumbs to the madness of the rage, he must contend with the Red Thirst. This is an ancient, genetic craving for the blood of the living, a dark urge that heightens their aggression and physical prowess in the heat of battle but threatens to turn them into little more than mindless beasts. The chapter views these flaws not as a curse to be hidden away in shame, unlike the secrets of the Dark Angels, but as a burden of martyrdom to be carried with dignity. They channel this inner darkness into a controlled, righteous fury on the battlefield, making them among the most formidable assault specialists in the galaxy. The chapter's organization reflects this eternal struggle between grace and savagery. While they adhere to the tactical structures of the Codex Astartes, they maintain unique formations designed to harness their specific traits. The Death Company, when a brother finally falls to the Black Rage, he is not discarded. Instead, he is inducted into the Death Company, painted in somber black armor adorned with red salters. Led into battle by chaplains who guide their madness, these doomed warriors launch themselves at the enemy with suicidal bravery, seeking a glorious death in combat before the madness completely erases who they once were. The Sanguinary Guard. These are the gold-armored elites of the chapter, modeled after Sanguinius' personal bodyguard. They go to war equipped with jump packs and encarmined blades, descending from the heavens like the wrathful angels of ancient myth. The sanguinary priests, serving as both the chapter's apothecaries and its spiritual shepherds. These masters of the blood are responsible for monitoring the stability of the gene seed and managing the rituals that keep the red thirst at bay. Leading the Blood Angels in the 41st Millennium is Commander Dante, the Lord of Baal and one of the oldest living space marines in the Imperium. Having served for over a millennium, Dante is a figure of such immense gravity and wisdom that he has been appointed as the regent of the Imperium Nihilus, tasked with holding half the galaxy together in the wake of the Great Rift. Beside him stands Mephiston, the Lord of Death and chief librarian of the chapter. Mephiston is a singular anomaly, the only blood angel to have fallen to the Black Rage and successfully conquered it, emerging with psychic powers that rival the most potent entities in the cosmos. The Blood Angels and their successor chapters, collectively known as the Sanguinary Brotherhood, stand as a testament to the fact that heroism can be forged in the heart of despair. They fight with a desperate, beautiful ferocity, knowing that every victory might be their last before the darkness claims them. On their homeworld of Baal and its moons, they continue to recruit from the radiation-scarred tribes, taking fragile youths and transforming them into golden gods who carry the heavy burden of a dying angel's legacy. In the hierarchy of the Emperor's Chosen, the Ultramarines occupy a position of singular prominence. If the Dark Angels are the Imperium's secret weapon and the Blood Angels are its tragic martyrs, the Ultramarines are its pillars of stability. Clad in armor the color of a deep Magridge sky, these warriors are held by many to be the absolute exemplars of the Codex Astartes. Their reputation is not built on esoteric powers or hidden vendettas, but on a foundation of rigorous logic, masterful administration, and a tactical flexibility that allows them to overcome any foe through superior planning. Wherever the blue-armored hosts take to the field, they do so as a living embodiment of their chapter's most sacred battle cry, courage and honor. The identity of the Ultramarines is inextricably linked to their pre-march, Robot Guilliman. Known as the Avenging Sun, Guilliman was not just a warrior, but a visionary statesman and the architect of the Imperium's military restructure following the Horus Heresy. It was his hand that penned the Codex Astartes, the voluminous treaty that broke the legions into chapters to ensure no single commander could ever again threaten the safety of the throne. For the Ultramarines, the Codex is more than a manual. It is a holy scripture that informs every aspect of their existence, from the markings on their pauldrons to the precise maneuvers used to break an enemy siege. Unlike most Space Marine chapters, which often operate as nomadic fleets or from isolated fortress monasteries, the Ultramarines rule a vast and prosperous stellar empire known as Ultramar. Centered on the world of Magridge, this empire within an empire once consisted of 500 worlds, each a model of imperial efficiency and civic duty. This unique status allows the Ultramarines to be more than just soldiers. They are governors and protectors who maintain a direct and healthy connection to the citizens they defend. This bond provides them with a near-limitless pool of elite recruits and the industrial might to outfit their forces with the finest war gear available. However, even the most disciplined of warriors can be pushed to the brink. The legend of the Ultramarines was tempered in the fires of the First Tyrannic War, when the mindless, rapacious hunger of Hive Fleet Behemoth crashed into the borders of Ultramar. The conflict was a brutal test of the chapter's tactical resolve. Under the leadership of Chapter Master Marnius Calgar, the Ultramarines fought a masterful campaign of attrition, trading ground for time as they funneled the alien swarm toward Magridge itself. The climax of the war was an apocalyptic struggle at the planet's polar fortresses. While the Imperial Void fleets managed to shatter the Hive ships above, the ground war was a charnel house. The victory was absolute, but the cost was staggering. The Ultramarines' legendary First Company was annihilated to the last man, standing firm against the Xenos tide until the end. This loss left a wound on the chapter's soul that would take centuries to heal, serving as a grim reminder that even the most perfect strategies must sometimes be paid for in the blood of heroes. In the current age, the legend of the Ultramarines has reached a new, almost mythic zenith. Following 10 millennia of stasis, the pre-March robot Guilliman was miraculously resurrected. This return was a moment of cosmic significance, achieved through a desperate alliance and the intervention of the Grey Knight's Third Brotherhood, who stood side by side with the Ultramarines during the Siege of Herat to ensure their father's rebirth. Now serving as the Lord Commander of the Imperium, Guilliman has launched the Indomitus Crusade, a galaxy-spanning offensive to reclaim the Emperor's domain from the darkness of the Great Rift. Leading this charge are the Primaris Space Marines, the next evolution of the Astartes, forged in the fires of the Ultima founding. Under the Avenging Sun's guidance, the Ultramarines have become the standard-bearers for a new era of human defiance. They march into the darkness not just with bolters and blades, but with the certainty that as long as one warrior in blue stands, the light of reason and the law of the Emperor will never truly fade. If there is one chapter that rivals the Ultramarines in their dedication to the Codex Astartes, it is the stoic and unyielding Imperial Fists. Clad in armor the color of solar fire, these warriors are the genetic sons of the pre-March Rogaldorn, and for 10,000 years, they have carried one of the most prestigious titles in the galaxy, the Praetorians of Terra. While other chapters may seek glory in wild hunts or shadowy vendettas, the Imperial Fists find their purpose in the absolute and unwavering defense of the Emperor's realm. They are the masters of the static line, the architects of the impenetrable, and the doom of any who would dare to lay siege to the domains of man. The strategic specialty of the Imperial Fists is the art of besiegement, a discipline they have perfected to a degree that is unparalleled even among the Adeptus Astartes. They are equally peerless in the prosecution of a siege as they are in the defense of one. To an Imperial Fist, a fortification is not just a pile of stone and steel, it is a mathematical equation of survival that must be balanced with blood and fire. Their history is an endless record of holding shattered breaches against impossible odds and breaking open impregnable fortresses with cold, calculated efficiency. Because of their expertise, they are often called upon to fortify the most vital worlds of the Imperium, ensuring that the light of the Emperor remains shielded behind walls of adamantine. However, this legendary resilience comes with a psychological trait that is as much a burden as it is a strength. The Imperial Fists possess a stubbornness that is so deep-seated it borders on the pathological. They have a fundamental, biological refusal to accept the concept of defeat, even when every tactical logic dictates a withdrawal. This unyielding nature has made them the bane of the Emperor's foes, as they simply will not stop fighting until they are victorious or dead. Yet, it has also led to some of the most tragic episodes in their history, seeing the chapter and its successors engage in untenable assaults and doomed last stands. They would rather be ground to dust than take a single step backward. This legacy of stubbornness is most famously exemplified by their successor chapters, such as the Crimson Fists and the Black Templars. The Crimson Fists, though nearly extinguished during the invasion of their homeworld, Rhine's world, displayed the same never-say-die attitude of their parent chapter, fighting on until the green tide was broken. Meanwhile, the Black Templars took Rogaldorn's seal for the Emperor and turned it into an eternal crusade, refusing to ever stop their march across the stars. For the Imperial Fists themselves, this mindset is tempered by a grim, monastic discipline. They do not celebrate their victories with songs, they record them in stone, knowing that the next siege is always just over the horizon. Their mobile base of operations, the Phalanx, is perhaps the greatest relic ship in the Imperium, a fortress monastery the size of a small moon that can level entire star systems with its broadside batteries. From this golden behemoth, the Imperial Fists watch over the Sol system and beyond, ever vigilant for the first sign of treachery. They are the Sons of Dorn, the keepers of the wall, and the ultimate insurance that the heart of the Imperium will never fall. Even as the galaxy is torn in two by the Great Rift, the Imperial Fists stand firm, their yellow plate a beacon of stability in an age of madness. To reach our expansive word count and do justice to the legendary warriors of the Imperium, we now move to the untamed fringes of the Adeptus Astartes. These are the chapters that reject the rigid walls of the fortress and the static lines of the Codex in favor of the open horizon and the visceral thrill of the hunt. In the grand military hierarchy of the Imperium, there exist brotherhoods that represent the more primal, predatory aspects of the Emperor's wrath. While the Ultramarines or Imperial Fists are the masters of the city and the fortress, the White Scars and the Space Wolves are the absolute masters of the wilderness and the hunt. To these warriors, war is not a mathematical equation or a somber duty of stone, it is a pursuit of the enemy like prey across an open landscape. They are the wild hunt of the 41st millennium, specialists in high mobility warfare and savage, close quarters combat who leave their enemies with no place to hide. The White Scars, the genetic sons of the Great Khan, Jagatai Khan, are the peerless huntsmen of the Adeptus Astartes. Hailing from the windswept, endless plains of the world of Kakaris, they have forged a warrior culture based on the speed of the wind and the precision of a lightning strike. To an outsider, the White Scars might seem like a mere collection of nomadic raiders, but their way of war is incredibly sophisticated. They are the masters of the hit and run, experts in stalking and encircling their prey before striking with a sudden, overwhelming force that leaves the opponent shattered and confused. The strategic philosophy of the White Scars is built around the concept of the Storm of the Khan. They utilize high-speed vehicles, primarily space marine bikes and land speeders, to maintain a constant state of mobility. They do not seek to hold ground or man the ramparts. Instead, they remain in a perpetual state of movement, feinting and retreating until the enemy exposes a weakness, at which point the entire chapter descends like a concentrated thunderbolt. Often characterized as somber and grim, the White Scars possess a quiet, lethal discipline, viewing the art of war as a test of their own internal balance and their mastery over the savage winds of the battlefield. In stark contrast to the somber precision of the Scars stand the Space Wolves of Fenris. If the White Scars are the wind, the Space Wolves are the crushing avalanche. To any Imperial outsider, the sons of the Wolf King, Lean and Russ, appear to possess a barbarous and feral edge that borders on the uncivilized. They are rambunctious, wild, and fiercely independent, driven by a primal need for glory and adventure that often sets them at odds with the more bureaucratic arms of the Imperium. Clad in armor the color of the storm-tossed seas of their ice world, they are a brotherhood of warriors who view the battlefield as a great hall where legends are forged in blood and fire. Hailing from the death world of Fenris, where the environment itself is as lethal as any Xenos threat, the Space Wolves are genetically and culturally adapted to endure the most horrific conditions. They are renowned for their incredible senses and their near-supernatural ability to track their foes through the heat of battle. While they utilize the standard tools of the Astartes, they do so with a unique, Fenrisian flair, favoring brutal close combat weapons like frost axes and thunder hammers. They do not care for the tactical nuances of the Codex Astartes. Instead, they follow the great companies, each led by a wolf lord who is as much a hero of myth as he is a military commander. Despite their wildly different temperaments, the Scars being quiet and calculating, the wolves being loud and aggressive, both chapters serve a vital and identical purpose. They are the bane of the Emperor's foes. Both are renowned for the same cold-blooded efficiency when it comes to the final moment of the kill, hunting their enemies like prey and annihilating them without a shred of mercy. Whether it is a White Scar bike squadron appearing out of a dust storm or a Space Wolf pack leaping from a transport in a spray of ice, the arrival of these huntsmen signals the end for any who believe they can outrun the vengeance of the Golden Throne. If the Imperium is a body, then these two chapters represent its sturdy bones and its scorching heart. To the Salamanders and the Iron Hands, war is not merely a tactical exercise, but a process of transformation, one through the cleansing fire of the forge, and the other through the cold, surgical removal of mortal frailty. Both trace their origins to the earliest days of the Emperor's expansion, yet they have evolved into two of the most distinct and specialized brotherhoods in the entire Adeptus Astartes. We begin on the fiery, volcanic world of Nocturne, home of the Salamanders. These are the genetic sons of Vulcan, the Promethean king. Unlike many of their more aloof cousins, the Salamanders remain deeply connected to the human population they protect, often living among the people of Nocturne when not at war. They are a chapter of masterful warrior artisans. To a salamander, every piece of war gear, from the smallest bolt pistol to the grandest suit of power armor, is a unique creation that must be personally crafted, maintained, and perfected. They believe that to endure the crushing hardships of their home world is to temper yourself upon the anvil of battle. Their way of war is as relentless and scorching as the world they hail from. The Salamanders are the unrivaled masters of hammer and flame. They favor weapons that bring the heat of the forge to the front lines, multi-meltas that can turn a battle tank into a puddle of slag, and heavy flammers that can purge an entire trench line of Xenos filth in a single, roaring blast. They do not run from the fire, they embody it. Their resilience is legendary, born from a philosophy that views pain and hardship as the only way to forge a truly unbreakable spirit. When the Salamanders deploy, they do so as a slow-moving, unstoppable wall of fire and steel, enduring whatever the enemy hurls at them only to crush them with master-crafted blows. In stark, chilling contrast, we turn to the barren, lifeless world of Medusa, the domain of the Iron Hands. If the Salamanders are defined by their humanity and their warmth, the Iron Hands are defined by a cold, clinical rejection of everything biological. They are the sons of the doomed Ferrus Manus, a Primarch who was lost in the opening days of the Horus Heresy. The trauma of their father's death left a permanent scar on the chapter's psyche, leading them to believe that the primary cause of their failure was the weakness of the flesh. The Iron Hands live by a singular, merciless creed: flesh is weakness. To them, the human body is an inefficient, fragile vessel that must be systematically replaced with the cold certainty of the machine. These warriors advance themselves with ever more bionic augmentations of steel and iron. It is common for an Iron Hand to have replaced almost his entire body with cybernetics by the time he reaches veteran status, leaving only the barest sliver of organic matter to house his consciousness. They preach that cold and merciless logic is the Imperium's greatest weapon. They do not fight for glory, and they certainly do not fight for compassion. They fight because it is the logical necessity of their existence. On the battlefield, they are an army of living machines, calculating every shot and every movement with a terrifying, robotic precision that leaves no room for error or mercy. From the Moon of Deliverance, the third and final aspect of the first founding specialized strike forces takes flight. The Raven Guard are the gene sons of the pale and mysterious Korrix, and they represent the Emperor's vengeance delivered from the shadows. While the Salamanders use the flame and the Iron Hands use the machine, the Raven Guard use stealth, subtlety, and the art of the ambush to annihilate their enemies. The Raven Guard have a somber and difficult history. They suffered catastrophic losses during the Horus Heresy, and for 10,000 years, they have been forced to adapt to a reality where their numbers are perpetually small and their gene seed is famously unstable. Because they cannot afford the wars of attrition favored by the Astra Militarum, they have perfected a style of warfare that relies on murderous precision. They do not charge into the guns of the enemy, they infiltrate their lines, identify the most critical weakness, and strike with such speed and violence that the foe is dead before they even realize a battle has begun. A Raven Guard operation is a masterclass in psychological warfare. They utilize high-tech camouflage and specialized jump packs to move through the environment like ghosts. They strike from the shadows, eliminate high-value targets, and then vanish back into the darkness, leaving behind only confusion and terror. They are the masters of the invisible war, and their ability to offset their smaller numbers through superior intelligence and sudden, overwhelming force makes them one of the most efficient killing machines in the Emperor's service. To continue our definitive guide to the military hierarchy of the 41st millennium, we must look beyond the transhuman brotherhoods of the Astartes and ascend to the very pinnacle of human evolution. We enter the inner sanctum of the Imperial Palace to witness the golden light of the Emperor's personal guard. Section 13, the Guardians of Eternity, Adeptus Custodes. While the Adeptus Astartes are hailed as the Angels of Death, there exists an even more rarefied and potent caste of warriors who stand as the absolute apex of the Emperor's genetic mastery, the Adeptus Custodes. These are not merely super soldiers, they are near-immortal exemplars of legend, engineered by the master of mankind himself to be his personal companions and the final line of defense for the throne world. In a galaxy teeming with untold billions of souls, the Custodes are an elite few, their numbers famously never exceeding 10,000 at any given time. Yet, so great is their individual power that a single custodian guard is considered the martial equal of entire regiments of lesser soldiers. They are the ultimate arbiters of the Emperor's authority, speaking with his voice and slaying as though by his own hand. The distance between a custodian and a common soldier is vast, comparable to the gulf that separates a space marine from an unaugmented guardsman. The process of their creation is a masterpiece of genetic alchemy, a secret so closely guarded that it remains one of the deepest mysteries of the Imperium. Every single cell in a custodian's body is saturated with incredible vitality and power, granting them the physical strength of a demigod and the cognitive processing of a savant. They possess near immortality and a level of strategic and tactical genius that allows them to rival the greatest generals the galaxy has ever known. They are functional gods of war, girded in precious oromite, a substance far more durable than the ceramite worn by Astartes, and armed with ancient, potent weapons that are treated as holy relics of the Golden Age. The history of this brotherhood is etched in the very bedrock of the Imperium. Known as the Legio Custodes during the era of the Great Crusade, they fought at the Emperor's side during the unification of Terra and served as his constant companions. However, their history is also one of profound, lingering grief. When the arch-traitor Horus mortally wounded the Emperor, the Custodes viewed it as their greatest failure, an inability to fulfill their primary oath. For the next 10,000 years, they remained cloistered within the Imperial Palace, shrouded in mourning black, maintaining a silent, eternal vigil over the Golden Throne while the galaxy beyond crumbled. In the current age of the 41st millennium, the sting of that ancient failure has been transformed into a cold, proactive determination. The Adeptus Custodes have recognized that the most effective way to safeguard Terra is to strike out into the stars and eliminate threats before they can ever reach the Sol system. Organized into shield hosts, these golden giants now descend without warning upon the enemies of mankind. Their campaigns are guided by a sophisticated network of intelligence, including the eyes of the Emperor, former custodians who have retired from active combat to serve as shadowy observers throughout the galaxy, and the use of psychic divination to predict the movements of the foe. When a shield host takes the field, it is a spectacle of unstoppable martial majesty. Squads of oromite-clad warriors wade into the enemy, their guardian spears, swords, and axes thundering with fire as they carve a bloody path through any opposition. They utilize ancient military technologies from the Imperium's zenith, deploying Land Raider battle tanks, Contemptor dreadnoughts, and the lightning-fast Dawn Eagle jet bikes to shatter enemy battle lines. For the most critical strikes, the elite Alaris custodians, clad in magnificent suits of Terminator plate, teleport directly into the heart of the foe, breaking apart like lions on the hunt to decapitate the enemy's command structure. Individualism is a cornerstone of their identity. Each custodian fights to add to his own ever-growing honor name, which is meticulously inscribed upon the inner plates of his armor. This name serves as a record of their deeds, a testament to their loyalty, and a reminder of their singular duty. To face the Adeptus Custodes is to face a swift and bloody death delivered by merciless giants, a final warning to any who would dare set themselves against the ultimate power of the Golden Throne. They are the guardians of eternity, the living legacy of the Emperor, and the final guarantee that the light of humanity will never be extinguished. To truly understand the internal architecture of the Imperium's military might, one must peel back the layers of its most enigmatic and somber brotherhood, the Dark Angels. Their history is an undeniable record of loyalty and martial power, yet it is a legacy that has been forged over 10,000 years of bloodshed and hidden shame. Among all the Adeptus Astartes, it is the First Legion that has stood the longest, bled the most, and wavered the least in the face of the galaxy's horrors. However, this magnificent record of service is balanced on the edge of a knife. The Dark Angels live in constant fear that a single moment of laxity could see their 10-millennium history undone by the discovery of their darkest secret. This secret concerns those who once called themselves Battle Brothers of the First Legion, the traitors who declared war on their own kin and their Gene Father, led by the very man who should have been the most staunch in his devotion to the Lion. The roots of this tragedy are buried deep within the mythology of the chapter, obscured by successive generations of masters who have utilized metaphors, allegories, and barred doors to ensure the truth remains hidden from the wider Imperium. Only the most veteran warriors within the Dark Angels and their various successor chapters possess the true knowledge of what occurred when Lionel Johnson returned to his home world of Caliban following the conclusion of the Horus Heresy. The central figure in this betrayal was Luther, a knight of Caliban who had originally discovered the infant Primarch living as a feral child in the planet's lifeless woods. Rather than slaying the boy, whom he first perceived as a savage creature, Luther brought the lion into human civilization, and a bond of brotherhood and friendship was formed as they hunted together from the planet's dark keeps. When the Great Crusade began and the lion was reunited with the Emperor, Luther was granted the stewardship of Caliban while the Primarch led his legion among the stars. However, during the lion's long absence, a bitter pride and resentment began to fester in Luther's heart, eventually leading him to foster rebellion among the Dark Angels stationed on the home world. When L. Johnson's fleet finally reached Caliban after years of campaigning, he was not met with a hero's welcome, but with the roar of his own planet's guns. The ensuing conflict was a cataclysm that shook the First Legion to its core, as thousands of Astartes were slaughtered by those they once called brothers. On the Lion's orders, Caliban was subjected to a horrific orbital bombardment of nuclear and laser fire, causing the very planet to crack and heat before the Primarch himself led the planetfall to end the insurrection. The climax of this civil war was a duel of demigods fought between the Lion and Luther, who had been infused with the malevolent power of the Dark Gods. Although the Primarch was ultimately victorious, his nobility proved to be his undoing. He could not bring himself to deliver the final blow to his former friend. In that moment of hesitation, Luther struck back, leaving the Lion mortally wounded. It was only as he looked upon the broken form of his Primarch that the veil of corruption was lifted from Luther's eyes, and the realization of his treachery shattered his sanity. The psychic echo of Luther's anguish was so powerful that it churned the warp, bringing psycheers across the galaxy to their knees and manifesting a warp storm of unprecedented ferocity. This tempest tore the weakened planet of Caliban apart and pulled the fallen, the Dark Angels who had served under Luther, into the Imperium, scattering them across time and space. When the Loyalist survivors searched the ruins, they found no sign of their Gene Father. Luther was found gibbering that the Watchers in the Dark had taken the Lion away and that he would one day return to offer forgiveness. Left with only a fragment of their world and a lost Primarch, the Dark Angels faced an uncertain future in an Imperium that was now consumed by suspicion and paranoia following Horus's rebellion. They recognized that if the authorities ever learned of the treachery on Caliban, the entire Legion would be declared excommunicate traitores. Thus, they turned inward, rededicating themselves to the Imperium with a fanatical zeal that masked their secret shame. They formed the Inner Circle, swore the entire Legion to a vow of silence, and began a 10,000-year hunt for the fallen, believing that only through the repentance or death of every traitor could the chapter ever hope to find true absolutio. Siguiendo con nuestro exhaustivo análisis de los no perdonados y para asegurar que cubrimos cada metas del documento original sin omitir en solo detalle, nos adentraremos ahora en el funcionamiento interno de la jerarquía más secreta del Imperio. The existence of the fallen is a concept that is fundamentally anathema to the Dark Angels, acting as a persistent and festering stain upon their collective honor that they believe must be purged in its absolute totality. To the loyal sons of the Lion who continue to bleed for the Imperium, the fact that those who turned their blades upon their own gene father are still breathing is an intolerable affront. For the unforgiven to ever truly find redemption, their traitorous brethren must be tracked across the stars, captured, and forced to repent for their ancient crimes. Initially, the loyalist survivors of Caliban believed that the warp storm which shattered their world had consumed all the traitors. However, as the millennia passed, the chapter's librarians began to detect the distinct psychic signatures of the fallen, proving that the traitors had not only survived but were scattered throughout the galaxy. This revelation was met by the masters of the chapter with a characteristic, stoic resolve, even as it ignited a fire of urgency in their hearts. The threat posed by the fallen is twofold. Not only are they living evidence of the chapter's catastrophic shame, but they have no reason to keep the secret of Caliban's downfall. Conversely, the fallen represent the only path to absolution. The Dark Angels believe that by capturing and forcing these traitors to confess, they are slowly scrubbing the stain from their lineage. Consequently, this secret mission has become the primary driving force behind the chapter's actions for over 10,000 years. The Fallen themselves are not a monolithic group, each was spat out by the warp at a different point in space and time. For some, thousands of years have passed in the blink of an eye, leaving them with memories of the rebellion that are as fresh as if they happened yesterday. Many have fully embraced the ruinous powers, becoming heretic Astartes or even ascending to the rank of demon prince. Others have become petty tyrants, using their post-human strength to enslave entire star systems. Most disturbing to the inner circle are those who have retained the knowledge and skill to create new space marines, forming small, traitorous enclaves that threaten to expand the reach of the original betrayal. Yet, there are also those fallen who regret their past, living as lonely mercenaries or even working toward noble causes in the shadows of the Imperium. Regardless of their current alignment, the Dark Angels recognize only one fate for them: capture and excruciation. To facilitate this endless hunt, the chapter maintains a vast and terrifyingly efficient network of intelligence. The Master of the Watchers oversees tens of thousands of human agents, most of whom are heavily psycho-indoctrinated and have no idea they are serving the Dark Angels. These agents live ordinary lives across the galaxy, in mines, hive spires, and void ships, waiting for the slightest clue that could signal the presence of a fallen. When a suspect is identified, the Dark Angels strike with such precision that often other Imperial forces nearby are unaware that anything has occurred. If an agent of the Inquisition or a rival chapter accidentally captures a member of the Fallen, the Dark Angels have been known to launch devastating raids to secure the prisoner before the truth can be revealed. Since the catastrophic destruction of their home world, the Dark Angels have had no fixed planetary base. Instead, they operate from the Rock, a massive fragment of Caliban that was preserved by ancient force fields during the planet's death throes. This void-born hunk of solid rock is larger than even the heaviest class of Imperial warship and is honeycombed with labyrinthian tunnels, cavernous docking bays, and ancient chambers. It is equipped with enormous engines and warp drives, allowing the chapter's headquarters to travel the stars as a mobile fortress monastery. There are few places in the galaxy as gloomy or as steeped in secrets as the Rock. Despite its formidable defenses, it bears the permanent scars of the storm that birthed it. To this day, a psychic disturbance remains within its force field, manifesting as chain lightning that arcs across the ruins of the old fortress monastery that still crown the asteroid. Beneath the surface lies a technological vault of unfathomable proportions. Following the Battle of Caliban, the Dark Angels reclaimed a hoard of machinery from the age of technology that had sat untouched for eons. Many of these devices, including the great shield generators themselves, still function, though their inner workings are now largely incomprehensible to modern tech priests. Over the centuries, the chapter has utilized the labor of its serfs and the assistance of the Adeptus Mechanicus to excavate deeper into the bedrock, creating space for the entire Legion's strength and its ancient heirlooms. The operational heart of this mechanical behemoth is the Master of the Rock. Upon ascending to this rank, the individual is permanently and biologically spliced into the machine banks of the control nave. It is his mind alone that monitors every inch of the asteroid's outer shell and directs the ancient engines that propel it through the void. Because of their dual loyalty to the chapter and the machine cult of Mars, the Master of the Rock and his fellow tech marines are strictly barred from joining the inner circle, regardless of their rank. They are ordered to ignore the strange signals and psychic storms that plague the ruins above, and they are forbidden from entering specific areas, such as the Door of Secrets or the Halls of Silence. In recent years, the supposed impregnability of the rock has been tested as never before. During the dark era of the Noctis Aeterna, the fallen demon prince Marbah managed to manifest a demonic legion within the very heart of the fortress. The resulting slaughter was horrific, yet the invaders vanished as quickly as they had arrived. While the chapter's librarians and interrogator chaplains labor to understand how such a breach was possible, Supreme Grandmaster Azrael remains the only one with any insight into the true purpose of the attack, a secret he guards as closely as the location of the Lion himself. The Ravenwing serves as the Dark Angel's second company, yet it is far from a standard Codex formation. They are the chapter's premier specialized unit for lightning warfare, emphasizing speed and mobility above all other strategic considerations. To any observer, they are a blur of black-clad armor racing before the main force like thunder before a storm, serving as the eyes, ears, and primary scouts for the chapter's strike forces. However, their battlefield role of reconnaissance masks a deeper, more vital duty. They are the primary huntsmen of the fallen. Every warrior inducted into the Ravenwing undergoes specialized training far beyond that of a typical battle brother. They must master unique maneuvers such as the beat of the unfurled wing, the strike of the piercing beak, and the slash of the bladed claw within months of their elevation, pushing themselves and their high-speed vehicles to the absolute limit. Whether mounted upon 4 Malawian Quatch's Raven pattern bikes or piloting the chapter's unique aerial assets, the Ravenwing is monitored constantly. Their exposure to the malicious lies of the fallen makes them a target for corruption, necessitating a psychological shield of indoctrination so thick that no spiritual turmoil can take root in their minds. When the Ravenwing takes to the field, they operate with a fluid, lethal coordination. Their squadrons, comprised of bikes, land speeders, storm speeders, and invader ATVs, break apart and reform seamlessly to encircle, flank, and harass the enemy. This mobility ensures they are never bogged down by superior numbers, allowing them to wear down much larger forces through attrition and surprise. Crucially, many Ravenwing units carry teleport homers, specialized devices that allow the chapter's first company, the Deathwing, to manifest on the battlefield with unerring accuracy to deliver the final killing blow. Within the Ravenwing exists an even more rarefied elite, the Black Knights and the Talon Masters. A Ravenwing warrior who survives long enough and passes the 7 rites of the Raven, brutal ceremonies testing both skill and loyalty, is inducted into the inner circle as a Black Knight. These veterans are the ultimate weapon of the Ravenwing's Grandmaster, often appearing as a veteran corps at the center of a spearhead. Mounted on their specialized bikes and having sworn the vow of the Beast Slayer, they learn the true reason behind the hunt they have pursued for so long. Commanding these elite detachments are the Talon Masters, the Ravenwing equivalent of a lieutenant. Selected for their independent thought and strategic commitment to the hunt, they often lead flanking attacks or independent secret missions away from the main chapter command. They are the masters of mobile warfare, capable of processing the battlefield's chaos into a series of clinical, lethal opportunities. Section 20, Relics of the Ancient Hunt, the Ravenwing Armory. The Ravenwing utilizes esoteric technology and ancient vehicles found nowhere else in the Imperium. Most unusual is the Dark Shroud, a vehicle developed during the 36th millennium following the discovery of specialized STC data. These craft are mounted with the Stone Guardians, or 10 Brothers of the Order, statues recovered from the ruins of Caliban that survived the warp storm. These statues glow with a mysterious, unsettling energy that, when amplified by the vehicle systems, projects a rippling power field of indeterminate origin, obscuring the Ravenwing from enemy fire. In the skies, the chapter maintains specialized aerial fighters, such as the Nephilim Jet Fighter and the Dark Talon. The Nephilim, modified with the rare Lionheart engine, is a highly agile interceptor capable of establishing aerial dominance over almost any foe. Even more terrifying, however, is the Dark Talon. Concealed within its hull is a metal tomb, a small chamber designed specifically for the transport of captured fallen back to the rock. This holding cell is equipped with a stasis field and echoes with sinister, whispering voices that gnaw at the captive's mind during transport, a precursor to the torture that awaits them in the chapter's dungeons. The transformation of the Dark Angels from a galaxy-conquering legion into the insular and ritualistic chapter of the 41st Millennium did not happen overnight. It was a gradual evolution, born of the absolute necessity to bury the shame of Caliban beneath layers of monastic discipline and complex hierarchy. At the heart of this structure lies the Inner Circle, a clandestine network comprised of the chapter's most senior and battle-hardened warriors. This is not merely a military command staff, it is a closed society where every member is bound by blood oaths and the weight of a truth that could shatter the very foundation of the chapter's existence. For 10 millennia, the Inner Circle has ensured that the Dark Angels grow ever more reclusive, emphasizing a life of strictness, silence, and an unwavering devotion to a mission that no outsider can ever truly comprehend. Within the halls of the Rock, the daily life of a Son of the Lion is governed by a bewildering array of ancient rites and somber traditions. These are not mere empty ceremonies, but spiritual crucibles designed to temper the mind and soul against the temptation of the warp and the corruption that claimed their fallen kin. From the Feast of Malediction to the Rite of Sins Renounced, and the grueling 3-day mind chant of the Iron Penance, every sacrament serves a purpose. Many of these rituals involve small, hooded figures gathered in torchlit chambers, while others are delivered to entire companies in cold, solemn gatherings. The neophytes of the chapter often watch these proceedings in awe, sensing the immense import behind words they cannot yet fully translate, knowing that only when they ascend to the Inner Circle will the door to the ultimate truth finally swing open. Guarding the worthiness of those who would enter this inner sanctum is Ezekiel, the Grand Master of the Librarius and the Keeper of the Keys. A stern and uncompromising figure, Ezekiel rarely speaks outside of the chapter's holiest rituals or the brutal interrogations of captured prisoners. He is possessed of a psychic gaze so piercing that even the most pure-hearted Dark Angel feels unsettled in his presence. With his one good eye, the other having been replaced by a bionic optic after the Battle of the Salon Gate, he stares directly into a warrior's soul to find the slightest crack in their resolve. It is said that 1 in 3 candidates for the Inner Circle politely declines the promotion, fearing the psychic probing of Ezekiel more than the fires of battle. Those who fail his exacting standards simply vanish, their names erased from the records, serving as a grim warning that only the most incorruptible may bear the burden of the chapter's secrets. As the Keeper of the Keys, Ezekiel holds the authority to open nearly every portal within the asteroid fortress of the Rock, though even he knows of a few locations shielded from his psychic sight by technologies from a forgotten age. His most vital duty, however, is the guardianship of the Book of Salvation. Within its pages, the name of every member of the fallen ever captured is recorded in the traitor's own blood. While most battle brothers remain ignorant of the book's true significance, they would die to protect it, for it represents the only tangible ledger of the chapter's slow, agonizing path toward absolution. Supporting the Inner Circle in recent years is Master Lazarus, the commander of the 5th Company and the keeper of the Unseen Ritual. Lazarus is a warrior who has more than earned his position through centuries of war against the forces of chaos, particularly the sorcerous legions of Magnus the Red. His hatred for the Thousand Sons burns deep, fueled by the memory of the brothers he was forced to abandon during the disastrous raid on the planet of the sorcerers. After being savagely wounded in the Styx campaign, Lazarus became the first member of the Inner Circle to cross the Rubicon Primaris. He now goes to war wearing the Spirit Shield helm, a masterwork relic containing a shard of one of Caliban's ancient stone guardians, which projects a mystical warding field to protect him and his brothers from the very psychic evils he has sworn to destroy. Renowned as one of the finest fighting forces in the entire Imperium, the Deathwing represents the chapter's mailed fist. Within the tactical architecture of the Dark Angels, no foe is considered too great for them to subdue, and no mission is too difficult or dangerous for them to complete. Their reputation is so pervasive that the mere sight of their bone-white armor, a striking departure from the standard deep green of the chapter, is often enough to put many foes to flight. The Dark Angels possess such incredible resources that they can outfit their entire first company with nigh-on impenetrable Terminator armor, lightning-wreath power weapons, and towering relic shields. Every member of the Deathwing is an initiate of the Inner Circle, making them the primary force assigned the sacred task of capturing the Fallen. Because the Fallen are duplicitous and dangerous in the extreme, it is essential that the Deathwing be equipped with the peak of Imperial war technology. Admission into this brotherhood is incredibly restrictive. Only the most skilled and loyal Dark Angels are considered, and they must survive exacting rites of initiation that test them mentally, physically, and spiritually. Among these trials are the March of the Shattered Crowns, the perfect performance of all 13 blade sequences of the Argent Spire, and the recitation from memory of the hours-long ninefold invocation, an ancient tract written in Old Caliban that remains untranslatable to this day. Through this process, they are gradually taught the truth of Luther's treachery, a revelation that breeds devoted and unquestioning warriors who harbor a growing, hate-filled commitment to capturing the Fallen and securing the chapter's absolution. On the battlefield, the Deathwing acts as a hard-hitting assault force, launching battle-deciding attacks via pinpoint teleportation strikes or from the hulls of land raiders and repulsors. When not hunting traitors, they are dispatched on the most horrific missions, such as boarding infested space hulks or attacking demonic engines that would shatter the resolve of lesser men. Within the Deathwing exists an even more rarefied elite, the Deathwing Knights. These robed and cowled warriors embody silent strength and a palpable nobility, standing as some of the highest-ranked individuals within the chapter. To join them, a warrior must be wholly obsessed with the secret hunt. Potential candidates are brought into the Chamber of Judgments to face individualized challenges that test their resolve past any breaking point. Supporting these knights are the Strike Masters, who serve as the Deathwing's lieutenants. These masters bear the onerous duty of managing the jails deep within the rock, where the most treacherous prisoners are held and dangerous relics are secured. It is the Strike Masters who write the name of each prisoner thrice upon the stiff pages of the Velatus Illicit with a black quill upon their interment and scratch the name out only upon the captive's death. The cells they guard are secured by lock, key, and ancient technology that snuffs out sound or employs psychic nullifiers to ensure no prisoner, be they fallen, conniving Xenos, or rogue human psychers, can corrupt those nearby. Every detainee in these depths shares two things in common: they have knowledge of the fallen, and they will never leave the rock alive. The leadership of the Dark Angels is comprised of legends whose names are etched in the blood of the Imperium's enemies. Leading the hunt from the front is Samuel, the Grandmaster of the Raven Wing and the 348th warrior to hold the title. Samuel is noted for a boldness that often verges on recklessness, preferring to draw his raven sword, forged from the same meteorite as the Supreme Grandmaster's blade, to slash down his foes personally. He is the only Dark Angel trusted with the teleport homers that allow the Deathwing to deploy accurately into the heat of battle. His victories are countless, including the purging of the world of Linus Aurum of the enslavers that had seized the minds of the planet's ruling body. Holding the mailed fist of the chapter is Belial, the Grandmaster of the Deathwing. Born into a knightly order on the feudal world of Burgundia, Belial has always been imbued with a deep sense of honor. He earned his mastership after slaying the Chaos Lord Furion in single combat. Most famously, he defended the world of Poseidon 4 against a massive greenskin horde led by Ghazghkull Thraka, holding his ground even when wounded until reinforcements arrived. Belial is a stern leader who celebrates no victories, instead dwelling on his perceived failures and imposing arduous rites of atonement upon his warriors to ensure they maintain the chapter's exacting standards. Overseeing the spiritual purity of the hunt is Asmodai, the Master Interrogator Chaplain and Master of Repentance. Asmodai is a figure of terrifying ruthlessness whose actions often border on the indefensible. He once ordered the orbital bombardment of an entire city, stating that the death of 50,000 innocents was preferable to one traitor escaping. He possesses the Blades of Reason, an ancient and horrific device that amplifies pain beyond endurance, a weapon the fallen fear more than death itself. Finally, at the pinnacle of the hierarchy stands Azrael, the supreme grandmaster of the Dark Angels. He is arguably the greatest to ever hold the title, a master of both multi-system campaign strategies and the fine craft of squad-based tactics. Azrael has the fullest confidence of his battle brothers, earned on countless bloody battlefields where he leads from the front, cutting down the Unforgiven's enemies with absolute conviction. Under his guidance, the Dark Angels and their successor chapters, like the Angels of Vengeance and Guardians of the Covenant, maintain their clandestine alliance to ensure the secret of Caliban remains buried while they continue to serve as the Imperium's most steadfast defenders. As we conclude this first volume of our exploration of the Imperium's military might, we look upon the combined majesty of the Adeptus Astartes and the Adeptus Custodes. Together, they form the Emperor's Aegis, the ultimate shield against a galaxy of terrors. For 10,000 years, these elite warriors have fought tooth and nail for humanity's survival in an increasingly desperate battle. While the Space Marines strike suddenly and with spectacular brutality as the Angels of Death, the Adeptus Custodes remain the functional gods of war, engineered by the Emperor to be his personal companions and the final arbiters of his will. From the secretive halls of the Rock to the golden bastions of the Imperial Palace, these champions stand as the living legacy of the Master of Mankind. They are the ultimate insurance that the light of humanity will never be extinguished, no matter how many enemies close in from all sides. As the final echoes of the bolter fire fade and the golden light of the palace dims into a soft, steady glow, we reach the end of this first chapter. The galaxy is vast and full of terrors, but for tonight, those battles are far away, and your watch is over. Let the legends of the Angels of Death and the Guardians of the Throne settle into the back of your mind as you find your sanctuary in the silence. Before you drift into a deep and dreamless sleep, please consider leaving a gentle mark of your presence by subscribing to the channel. If you've enjoyed this journey through the stars, hit the notification bell so we can find each other again when it is time for the next story. Your support helps keep this fire burning in the cold dark of the void. Now, close your eyes. The stars are waiting to guide you into rest. Until we meet again in the next chronicle, this has been Dreambound Lore. Sleep well, and may the Emperor watch over your dreams.